Hi, my name is Danny, and first of all, welcome to this tutorial series about Django and React. And in this tutorial, we are going to build from scratch a complete foolproof authentication system on Django, more specifically Django REST framework and React. And we'll use Redux for state management, which will be very important. So I will demonstrate how the authentication system will look like from one of my previous projects. So we can log in, sign up. First, we'll register. So we just have to give a username, first name, last name, an email. Yeah, it's Smith. This is a completely random email that I'm creating. And we have to the password, type the password, confirm, and sign up. As you can see, the user is registering, and now there was an activation email that has been sent. We are going to use Mailtrap to get these emails, and this is the activation link. So when I click here, it redirects me to an activate page in the website. We click inactivate, and we are done. So let me see if I remember the username. It was Gary.Smith. It's here. We do the password, we log in, and that's it. We are authenticated now. So this project is going to be very relevant because we are going to use different frameworks. And also for me, the authentication system was one of the most struggling parts because it was hard to find any information about the topic. So this is what I'm going to do that for you. I'm going to show you guys how we create authentication systems. We'll start with the backend, and after we'll integrate completely in the front end with React. So for this, we are going to create a project. I already created mine here, journal bullet. You can call that everything you want. Okay, and the first thing that we have to do is to create an environment. For that, we are going to open our terminal. We are going to open the terminal that we are more used to work. So to create the environment, we type Python m-venv, and here we create the name of our environment that I'm going to set to env. And as you can see, the environment is being created. And why do we create environment? Basically, each time that we install a package with pip, the package is going to come with a certain version, and depending on the projects that you are working, you are going to have different requirements of version for different pipelines. So what we're doing with the VNV, the virtual environment, we're like creating a container that all the package that we're installing, they are going only to be contained in that project. So if you have another project, there are not going to be conflicts with the other one. Okay, now that we'll create our virtual environment, we have to activate it. So for me, it's going to be source scripts activate. And again, depending of the PC that you are using, this command can be different. For example, in Mac, I think it's source and V instead of scripts. It's been activate. Windows, I think it's only env scripts activate, but I'm not sure. You have to look at it. But what is important, it's when the environment is activate, you see like this in parentheses, env. This is signaling that our environment is actually activated. So first step, create virtual environment. Second step is setting the Django. So for this, we can, now that we have our environment, be sure to have this. Pip install Django, and the Django is installing. Okay, and after the Django is installed, since we already know that we are going to build an API, we have these important things to install. People, Django, REST framework, which is the framework that we are going to use to create the API. And I think it's better easy to do that now, install the course and set up the course. So I think the name is correct. And we are going also to do the setup of the course. So as you can see, everything is installed, and what course basically is doing. So since you are going to have different URLs, different origins, one from the backend, it's going to be 8000, and another part from the front end, that's going to be 5153, if I'm right. And if you are communicating the APIs from different origins, they're going to have a problem, because for security reasons, it's important usually in the web, they only recognize transfer of information from the same port, from the same endpoint. But here we are going to do a separate front end and a separate back end. So this is what we are going to need course. So next step is to create actually the project. So it's going to be, let me make sure that you are in the good directory. Okay, Django and min. So start projects, and the name of our project is going to be journal bullet. Yep. Click OK, and there we have. Okay, now we are inside the journal bullet. We have our. This is actually where the backend is. We have here the file manage.py and the journal bullet here, but you have like the main app for our settings. So from here, we can already start to create a new app that we are going to need. That's going to be the users. We are in the journal bullet. We do manage.py, start app, and we're going to name these users. And if we see our user now is great, that we are going to need that in the future. Okay, so this is created. So what we're going to do now, we are going to do the setup of the React. So for this, I'm going to go back to the root directory. Actually, this could be considered the root directory, but it's going to be that one for the backend and front end. And now that I'm here, we are going to create a React app. Instead of typing, I'm going just to copy that boilerplate command. That's going to be npm write with latest front end and template one React, and it's going to create a directory named front end and a project inside React. Okay, and we have here, we have like our front end. Now, if you are going to do cd front end, we have to do npm install, and after our front end and on node package management will be installed, we can actually run the server, and it's installing. And after a certain time, it will finish install. That you are now it's there. Like we have already our React template that it's working. For example, if we do this, we are ready in the front end. If you do npm run dev, we're going to create local URL where we are going to have our content with React application. Okay, and this is, I forget that we are using Vite to create the app on React. So, but this is not usually the way that I like to see things. I like to see things in VS Code. So we are going back here in our terminal, in our root directory. Let's say codes.all, and yeah, of course I trust that other because it's me. And let's go to open to terminals here so we can like see them better. I like to open, for instance, of terminal. Here I did like a shortcut, but if you want to create a terminal, you come here, you create new terminal, and there is. So the first tool is going to be for the backend. That backend, where is our backend? Journal wallet. I could say that name that backend will be like easier to recognize, but let's say that actually, let me see if there is any conflict if I do backend, because I think it's going to be easier for you if that one is front end and the other one is backend. Okay, so now we have the backend, and let's go. cd backend, we're kind of ready. Python manage.py run server for you to see that the Python backend is running. Here we also do the backend, just to not forget. We forget one thing. We forgot one thing. We have this is working. We have applying migrations, but to make sure, what you have to do it's have our environment activate, because if you are going to install package in the future, we are going to install not in that container. It's going to be a mess around the computer. So be sure to install of virtual environment, and install the virtual environment you have to be in the root container. So now if we tap that command, it's working. And this is what we have to do, at least for that one. For the others, the same thing. Let's go to that director. Now we are going with cd to the backend. Here we are also in the backend, and here let's name this React server. Now to this cd to the front end, and cd to front end. Okay, our virtual environment is set. So let's run our servers. Python manage.py server. We are doing the same thing here. npm run dev. And they are here. So this is the port 8000, which is the port for the backend from the Django. The other one is 5173, which is the port for the front end. Okay, so we have our two servers, great. So now our next step, because we have to integrate them, we have to tell a way of saying, okay, Vit, you are going to retrieve information and send information, communicate information with the backend, with the Django, and we need to configure that, and this is why we install the course. So this is what we're going to configure right now. We have it in applying migrations, but it's not important at the moment. So for this, we are going to settings, and what we want to do here, it's to okay, in the install app, I already have a boilerplate copy paste that I use to do it, which I'm going to copy right now. And there is the only things that we have changed. It's this is what was. This is the apps that we're going to put on the internet helps. Now we already have created the users. If you create profiles, you put your profiles, etc., etc. So on the other ones that in the install apps, it was the external apps that we installed. It was the REST framework that we already installed, and the course headers. So next step, what we're going to do in the course headers, we have to install the middleware, and already also I'm going to do a copy paste. It's going to be that one, and be sure to put below session middleware and above common. And now the only thing that we have to do is to allow the origins. Allow origin, and since we are using Vite, we already copy and paste. This is always the same. We are going to allow the origin. What's going to tell? You are going to tell here Django that is able to communicate and share resource only with that origin. That origin is allowed. So that way in Vite we can actually make requests on the API and communicate with the backend server in Django. So this is the port 5173 because we are using Vite, and that's it. This is the most basic setup that we can do. At the moment, we have created the backend, we have created the front end, and we allow them to share data, to communicate via installing course. Okay, the only things that we can do now, and I think it's a good thing to do, not a good thing, a good practice. So we're going to install Git, and also to install to create a file requirements.txt. Okay, for this, the requirements.txt is going to be in the backend because we want the versions of the package in our Python backend. So to create the requirements.txt, it's going to be pip freeze. That's going to get all the list of the package that we have, and we are going to create a file requirements.txt. Click OK, and we have here requirements.txt done. And this is all the package that we have installed with Django, and also that the Django and other frameworks are using, which is that one. Now, for the Git, we can do two things. We can create like separate, because this is, if we are going to do deploy, it is the best thing to do, was to create Git repository on the backend, and the Git repository in the front end. We can actually deploy them into different servers on GitHub, and after we deploy to render, for example, on Netlify, and after we connect them. Since here we are not going to do that, I'm just going to create a super, let's say that a supra. Okay, I want that. Yeah, it's here. We're going to create a super grid that it's going to be here. That's going to include the front end and the back end. Let's now, for now, Git. Let me see if you are in the journal bullet. Okay, I'm in that directory, and Git init. Okay, we have already install or initialize our Git. Another good practice is to create our git ignore file. So we are going to set up that now, so we don't have to think too much about later, because we can still need to think later if we need what things we want to ignore. So git ignore, and we create like our file here. And if you don't know what a git ignore does, we are going to put here all the sensitive information or the things that we don't want to be in the repository when we push it. For example, the NV, there is no need for the NV being pushed to GitHub. And we usually have already some templates. Django git ignore template. Yet git ignore template. Yeah, but the most important are usually the VNVs, the nodes, the modules in the case of React, and okay, we can do that one, that one. We copy everything. You can see we have here the dot env. We are going to make sure this is the file that we are going to create now. That also. And here env. And the same thing here. Okay, so now our git file is great. We can actually git pod all. But there is one thing that we should do now, that is to create a .env file, so to put like the environment variables. To do that, we are going to need another package. It's going to be pip install Django environ. Okay, and we almost done, because after we do all of these, we don't have to think much more about that anymore in the future. So we are going to create the VNV. We can create the actually, why not? Okay, we're going to create in the backend, just clear a bit. We're going to create the NV because it's going to be the environment variables for the backend. So we touch dot nv, and it's here. And actually, it's also a good practice to say touch dot nv example like this, because this is the file that we are not going to push, that's going to have sensitive information. But if we put on the repository on GitHub, we want to know, to let the people that are watching the repository to know which are the environment variables that we are using. So this is going to be just a file that can contain the name of the environment variables and nothing more. So the things that we have to do, we are going to add a lot more things in .env, but what usually what people usually put here first is our secret key and the debug. Okay, here could have, will not have. It's important in the env file remove like the empty spaces. Secret key, debug, yeah, done. And now we have to set up our settings.py, like the journal bullet settings. And here we are going to import environ. This is the package that we install from Django environment. And now let's create environ.env debug is going to be equal to bool and false. Next step, it's actually to say where is our environment file, and I think that one is here, and it's going to be environment dot env dot read env, and we are going to read it from base directory. I'm going to say .env. Okay, this is going to allow us to read our env file. And after this, we come here. We substitute our sensitive information for information that is here in our env file. So it's going to be secret key. Make sure the names match. And here it's going to be env debug. And here. Okay. Let me just confirm everything. Okay, and we are good now. Everything is set up. So let's run again our Python server, Django server in that case. It's running. Okay, this is the end of the setup. It was quite intense one. We went through a lot of little details, but if we do that now, it's better since we don't have to think much more about this later. And we already have this. We have our Django server that's running. It's connected with our React app, with course, with the help of course. The React app it's running, so we're good to go. And now that we have everything set, that our Django backend is sent and frontend is sent, let's go start to create our custom user. So it's a good practice usually to create a custom user so we can add more personalization on it and add extra functionality. So for this, in the backend, we already create our users. So we are going to start by creating a custom user manager. So for this, we are going to create a new file that we are going to name it managers.py, and let's go. The first thing we want to start to import some things. The first going to be the base user manager. Import base user manager. The second thing we are going to import the validators. Import validation error, and from Django.core.validators import validate email. Is going to be used to validate our email. And we are also going to import text lazy. Okay, we are going to import get text lazy as underscore, and the get text lazy is no, I don't want this. It's used to allow to make, let's say, some pointers in the names that we are going to create, so Django can actually translate in the language depending where the project is going to be. So let's start to create our custom user manager. We are going to extend from the base user manager. And let's first define a function for our email validator. That's going validator. That's going to tell self and email as input. So we are going to try validate email, and here we pass the input email, and if these don't work, the email is not valid, we are going to throw a validation error. We're going to raise value error. Here this is where use the getX lazy. It could be just a string, but using the getX laser is a better concept for more robust applications. You must provide a valid email. Okay, next step, we are going to define our create user. So in our create user, what you are going to want is a first name, a last name. After, we also want an email and password. We also are extra fields. So now let's do some validation. First, we are going to check for the first name. If the first name does not exist, we're going to raise a value error. We are going to say users must submit a first name. We're going to do this for the other fields. That's going to be the last name. And here we do the same. Instead of first name, we're going to last name. User must be last name. I have to close the parentheses here. And now we're going to check and validate the email. So if email exists, first we are going to normalize that email. Here. And after, we are going to use that function, the email validator, to validate the email. So it's going to be self dot email validator. We pass the email, and that's all. Else, if it's not good, we are going to raise a value error, and in that value error, we are going to say base user and email address is required. Okay, and this is done. So now we do, and now we create the user model. Here we are going to pass the first name, that's going to be equal to the first name, last name, that's going also to be equal to the last name, email, in the logic now, and not forgetting the extra fields. Why? Because you are not as yet the extra fields and neither the password that are going to set now. So for the password, we are going to user dot set password. Set password is a function in Django that's going to hash our password into the that's going to put into the database, because for security reasons we don't want the plain text password. So this is a function. It's going to hash a password and for the password to be more secure. Now for the extra fields, you want to set default here. We have two defaults that we want. This stuff that you are going defaults for normal users, they are not the stuff. And set default, the super user is also going to be false. And now with this grade, we have to save the user in the database, stating explicitly user dot save. And now we can just return the user. And this is how do we extend the user model for a custom user model. Now we did for the we did for the user. Let's also do the same for the super user. So the easiest way to do this is to copy here, and now we just have to edit some information. So here is not great user, it's great super user. So let me see everything is okay. Okay, and here we don't want this. Under this, we are going to use the great user. That one also not necessary. Not after we edit this after. Okay, so for the extra fields, as you can see, they now are going to be true by default, because we went our superiors with permissions. So, and also another extra field that we should add, it's the is active. So super user, it's obviously we want obviously that to be active. So next step, let's do some validation. If extra fields dot get, we are going to grab the super user. Is not true. What we are going to say, we want to raise a value error, and here super users must have is super user equal to true. And we are going to do the same thing for this stuff. We're going to get the stuff super users must have now is stuff equal to true. Okay, this is just to guarantee that fields for the super user are true. Okay, next step. If we don't have a password, we're also going to raise value error. It tells that super users must have password. Done. And now we are going to validate the email. This is base user We just have to say it's going to be the same code. Instead of base user, we just admin, but it's essentially the same. And you may questions, why did you create the email validator function in here? This is basically to short a little bit of our code, because we could add that code directly here. But since you are using in the user and create user and the create super user, we just have to get the function. Okay, next step, you don't need these. You can now actually starting to create the user. So the user is going to be equal to self dot create user. And here we pass first name, last name, the email, the password, and the extra fields. Extra fields. Now we just have to save the user, say user dot save, and now we return the user. And now that we have created our custom user manager, we can now start to create our models. So for the models, we come here and we want to import some things. Django import models from Django dot contrib dot out dot models. We're going to import our abstract base user and also premix and mixin. So here we also need the text lazy, Django.utils.translation, for get text lazy as underscore, and from managers we are going to import what you have created, a custom user manager. So let's start to create our model, or better, to extend our model. We are going to extend from the abstract base use clusters and the permissions mixed between. So we want to inherit some things that are here for our user. And now what we want, first name going to be equal to a car field, and it's going to be first name max length 50. I think there is too much first names above 50, only if they are German. Okay, let's put 90 or 100 because it's more rounded, to be sure. After last name, going to be equal, not beautiful, it's better. Car field again, so we are going to say here last name, max length, maybe this for the Germans. And next, email. We are going to use our email field, email address, max length 254. It's okay, but here we want unique equal to true. And this is, as we are going to see later, one of the benefits that creating a custom user manager and a custom user is that we can actually set the fields which we want to log in and register in our account. And usually in the base user model of Django, you create a user with a username and a password. But we are in 2023, nobody creates username anymore. Or usually you do the login with email or with Facebook or Google with or out. Here we are going to use the email. So what we want is always the email unique. That's going to be true. Next, we have is stuff. That's going to be a Boolean field. And we actually don't need name here. And by default, we're going to use false. Here is active. We're going to use another Boolean field. And by default, it's also going to be false. And date join is going to be equal to date time field. And we don't need this. We don't need auto now. We just want to say that each time that the user is created, it join, we wanted to set the date equal to the creation of the instance. So it's going to be true. And this is the fields that are going to be in your user. Next thing that we need to say is username field, and here we are going to set to email. It's going to tell Django for the login you are actually using the email and not the username. So this username field, the username field that you are going for login is going to be the email. Next, we want to add some required fields. That's going to be first name and last name. And now we are going to retrieve our custom user manager, create in the objects. Now let's place the class meta. Class meta, we are going to create the variable's name to be equal to user and variable's name plural going to be equal to users, that way. Next, let's define our string definition. So which one is already? Don't need this. Windows self return. We are going to return first name or email. Email, I think the email here makes more sense. So self.email. And now we are going to define one property that is going to basically be a self-made attribute just to get the full name. Self. Here we're going to return an string that is going to be self.first name space self dot last name. And yeah, this is what we want for our models.py. So now we just have one more two things to do. First, you are going to create a forms. You are also to use also you are going to put our model in that admin here. But first, let's create the forms, and I'm going to explain you why. I'm going to create the forms.py here. And from here, let's important dot contrib dot out forms, import user change form and user creation form. So this is going to be used because if we don't extend this class, what's going to happen? We want in after in on our admin page when our site is going to be active, we want to edit the form of adding and edit in the way that the fields are going to be the same as they are in the model. So this is why we are creating this. So let's create custom user creation form. We are going to inherit from user creation form class meta, again user creation form, and now our model is going to be the you forgot something from dot models import user. Okay, our model is going to be the user. The fields that we want here are the email, the first name, the last name, and I think it's all. And for our class going to be equal to error. Now that we did this, we just have to do the same for the change form that we are going practically to copy paste. So instead of class custom user creation form, we say here change, we inherit the change, inherit or extend the extend from the change, and yeah, everything it's okay here. So now the last step is to the admin. Now we have to personalize our admin page. We don't have, but it's good to do. So from Django dot contrib dot out dot admin, we're going to import user port user admin as base user admin. Next, get X lazy Django dot institution dot utils dot translation import get X lazy as underscore. Next, from dot forms that we created, we are going to import our custom creation and change form and the model. Yeah, from dot models import user. So let's create our user admin class user admin. We're going to inherit from base from the user admin, but we are using that name so to not have conflicts. Base user admin, and let's make the ordering. The ordering is going to be equal to the email here. Add form is going to be equal to custom creation form. The form is going to be equal to the custom user change form model the user. This display We want to display, let me see one thing. Yeah, correct. We're going to display the email, the first name, the last name, and also the other fields, if it's staff, and if it's active. So yeah, I think I don't forget anything. So we're going to now select our clickable link, clickable fields. We want that to be the email. I don't know if I have to put the ID here or not. Let's try that, and we see maybe that in the future. So yeah, what we need now. Okay, search fields. To have our email, first name and last name, and last name. Save. Now, before registering this, let's also add here the list filter going to be equal to all of. Okay, so now that it's created, we can register it in our admin min.site.register user and user admin, like this. Okay, so now that we have everything, that we have our model created, we can now migrate to the database. So let's see if everything is all right. So to migrate is we have to make sure that we're in the backend. So it's going to be Python manage.py make migrations, and let's see this. Okay, and this error happened because we haven't defined in the settings our custom user model. So here I just add the out user model. It's going to be from users here dot user. So you just have to add this, and after you add this, you can actually make the migrations. Okay, now that you made the migrations, we include that field. We're going to do Python manage.py, and we are going to migrate everything to the database. So as you can see, now it's migrated, and let's check out the mid page now. So for checking that mid page, let's go to create a super user manage.py create super user email address. We're going to use here any email that you want. It's going to be 9921 things email.com here first name then the password is which you want. I put a very weak password because this is we are testing. Is why it's giving me all these warnings, but we can bypass it. So I say why. Good. We had no problem to create the super user. So it means that our manager and our model it's actually working. So now let's run the server python manage.py run server good, no warnings. I'm here. Let's say here. Okay. Let's go to our admin page. It's working well. So let's put here the username, password need to be equal to that one that I created. Yes, so now we can see that we have only the authentications and the user. And this is the user that I create. So this is like the filters, all the customizations that we created from the email from the admin here. And if you want to add a new user, okay, there is a problem here. Let me check that again. Okay, so the error here is that Django in the base user means assumer that there is a username, but as I said, we are in 2023. We don't want usernames anymore, but in their field sets, it's assuming there is a username and we are not giving any username. So it's saying, yeah, where is the username? But we don't have. So you have to redefine our field sets in your user admin here so that we can personalize it without adding the username. I really want to avoid that process because I don't think there is too much value on it uh, for the purpose of this tutorial series, but I will put it because we need it for that work. So because this is the typing is very cumbersome, it's like tuples on tuples on tuples. I'm going to just paste the copy from it. You can see that in the GitHub. So here I have like field cells, and this is going to reformat the way that's going to be displayed on the admin. So we are going to display login credentials, personal information going to be that one, is username that's giving us problem that we don't want. Permission and groups, important dates, blah blah blah. Okay, add field. Yeah, the code is going to be in GitHub if you want also do the same. And let's refresh. Okay, we click like now, add user. Okay, it's working. Let's say, okay. The genre cannot be specified as it is a non-editable field. A lot of bugs on the so for what I'm reading from what I see, okay, for correcting that error, we just have to remove this from the tuple. So it's not appearing. So let's check. Let's go back. Let's delete these because nothing was that. Okay, so let's create our user, add user, v1, we set the password, and okay, so now everything was created. We have here, yes, and we just finished to create our user. And that's it. Now we can see that our user was created. Let's create another. I'm going to say that T2, some random passwords, some random passwords here. Let's make it active, that one, save now. And as you can see, yes, you have a user, second user created, and the password here. And to demonstrate you what are the field sets are actually that one with the field sets. Where are they? In the admin, we actually personalize that information that's going to be displayed. Okay, this is then coming from the future. I just noticed one bug that I forget to address. So when we are like adding a new a new user in the custom form, you can notice that we don't have the first name, neither the last name here. So this is not what I want. This is what we want is the first email, first name, last name. So the fields that we have to add here is actually have to add here on the field sets. So it's going to be a quick fix. First name and last name. We save, refresh, and that's here. We have now the new fields. So let's do again a quick test. Let's say t4 email.com, first name t, t4 is active, save, and yeah, use save, and yeah, it's here. So now we can see there is the first name and the last name. Yeah, this was a quick bug that I forgot to address that before. For this part, we are going to start for JSON Web Token authentication. So for this, we are going to use an external library, Djoser, and also the Django REST framework simple JWT. From what I learned with someone, its authentications is not something that you want to mess up. So we are using the Djoser. So, but before that, let's do something that we forgot in the last part. That is to commit in our Git. So I think our Git was already created, but you haven't commit. So for this, you are going Git add all, and let me see the stats. Okay, Git commit, and that one is going to be your first commit if you have already have done some things in that files. So for the Djoser, what you have to do first of it, you have to install. So we come here, let's see that we are in the backend, and you are. So as you can see, the best way to learn about Djoser is to go to the documentation and see what do they have. I'm going to explain to you a little bit since we are going through, but this is the first thing that you have to do is pip install Djoser. We also want Django REST framework and simple JWT and also JWT. Okay, it's installing. Perfect. Now that we have done this, let's add in our requirements pip freeze requirements.txt, and if we come here Yes, we can see that this was added. Okay, so for the settings, first we have to come here. We have here the documentation for the Djoser and also for the simple JWT. So first thing that we want to add, it's the settings. We want to add our Django REST framework settings. So let me just see where it is here. It's here in the Djoser docs. So we have actually told the REST framework that we are going to use the JWT authentication. We come here, then, and we add this. We need this, and I think there it's good. Next step, it's also to install on the internal apps. We have to install Djoser and also REST framework and simple JWT. Okay, now we are good. Now we have to configure our Djoser. So for this, we come here, the settings, because what Djoser is going to do, it's going to create APIs, endpoints, and views, so we don't have to deal with that ourselves. So what the file looks like, it's like this. So we are going to copy this, and after we are going to configure with you along the way. So first thing that we want here, it's some fields. As you can see, we have some of them: user ID field, password reset confirm, is shown as some kind of characteristic that it's doing in our authentication system. Let's start with our login field, which is here. And so what that field is going to do, it will allow us to specify which kind of a field we want to use for the login. So we're going to use the email. So next field that we can go, it's user create passwords retype, that you are going to put it in true. So it will allow us to pass real password. So it's going to be a second validation in our endpoint. So we are going to set that to true. Also, what we end is here, username, change password. Username, change email confirmation. So if true, change username endpoints will send the email confirmation to the user, which you are going to put the default to true. And along the way, we are going to add more configurations, but I will now copy all of them at once, and I'm going to explain you how do they work in detail, because I think the typing, it's not what is important to show here. Okay, and now I just copy my other previous projects all the configurations that we are going to use. As you can see, the name is very intuitive. All the configurations are here in the docs. So brief explaining, send confirmation email is allow us to present a confirmation email. This is the setup for the URL that we are going to send the reset password. Set password retype true. we have also the activation URL that's going to be that URL. Send email activation, we also put this equal to true. And after we are going to create some serializer. Basically, we are going to override the user create serializer. In the user delete, we use the Djoser one. It's going to be Djoser serializer, user delete serializer. So for this, now we have to create serializers. So in users here, a new file, serializers dot py, and that's here. But before that, we also have to specify the simple JWT settings. So they're going to be basically this is also the same concept at Djoser. We have like the settings that you can choose, and for this we are going to say simple JWT going to be equal to a dictionary, and for the out header types we want these to be bearer and JWT. Next. Okay, is next going to be the x-axis token lifetime, and as the name implies, going to be literally the time that our token is active. So we are going to use the functions time delta, convert this in seconds, and we let's say minutes to 120. So but for this you also have to import the time delta. So we are going to the and here from that time import delta, and now it's Frances. Okay, and now I'll do the same thing that I did with Djoser. I finish now to type the other fields. So we did the refreshing token lifetime, the signing key, the authentication header, and authentication token class. That it's our simple JWT. We also have to create in the environment variable a signing key, which I'm going to do now. So we come here to our NV, let's say signing key, and this is one that we can create. I came here in the random generator, and maybe that one. So now we have also our protected signing key. So next step, the configurations are done. So what we did, it was configure the REST framework, the simple JWT, and the Djoser. Now we have to finish this with the serializers. And for the serializers, let's start by import Django contrib. Let's import our customer user model, and this is how we import customer user model. So get user model, we come here to user, and we're going to get user model. Next, we also want to import from Djoser.serializer, we are going to override the user create serializer, and from REST framework import serializer. Actually, that one is not going to be needed, so we're good with that one. So let's start to overdrive the class user create serializer. Going to be class create user serializer, and we're going to inherit from user create serializer. Class meta user create serializer dot meta, and here for the model that you're going to use, it's user, and what we want here are the fields like ID, email, first name, last name, password. Let me just confirm with the models, name, email, name and password. Okay. And that's it for our serializer. Last but not least, we have now to configure our Djoser endpoints. For this, we're going to the main journal bullet, urls.py, and here we want to import the includes and now to configure our Djoser endpoint. So we are going to name it API version 1 out, and we're going to include the Djoser URLs. Second, we copy this and in the same we're going to configure Djoser URLs JWT. And if you're wondering, how do I get this configuration? This explains here is in the getting started in the Djoser documentation. And I think that's it for the configuration. So now that we have a Djoser setup, the next step, we are going to test our endpoints using Postman, and we are trying to register and log in new users. Now, so let's test our API. So for this, we are going to use Postman. We also do for the first year in testing the browser. But for example, for Postman, we have to install Postman, and we are going to test some endpoints. And I create a folder, a new collection here. I don't need to do this because already create 1 year. And after this, I can add a new request, but I want to add a folder. It's going to be named users, but this is for testing. So first, let's try to run our server. And there is a somewhere. Okay, this looks like come from the settings. Okay, I forgot to add here comma, and I think also to remove this, so it's only rest framework simple JWT, and our server it's running right now. So let's see how it looks on our browser. Let me see if the Postman and I added something else. So I want to add a new folder. It's going to name users, and here I want to create a new request, add a request. It's going to be create user, and going to be a post, but we are going to do that a little bit later. So now we have to go to our authentication URLs that you can see there already here. So it's going to be API v1 out, and it's going to redirect here, and this is the URL to create a user. So to see the endpoints, and this is going to be the endpoints that we are going to use. We are here in the base endpoints. The default URL for the user creates going to be our normal URL, which is here, our base URL, and the path is going to be users. So this URL requires some fields that are here, for example, username fields, password, and all passwords. And there is a lot of endpoints that you can use. We are going to use some, and you can see for it here for them for more detail. So let's do a quick test. Usually it takes some time. Connection very good. Okay, this may be error due to the email configuration because we haven't yet configured the email where we are going to send the email confirmation password, register confirmation. So what I propose is to first, let's go do that. So for this, we are going to use Mailtrap, and Mailtrap is going to be web software that's going to help us to intercept and intercept emails. So we have to create an account here. For example, when you send emails, you are going to receive it in the email testing zone in the inbox. So for this, you just have to register on Mailtrap. After you go to inbox, add inbox. So let's say that inbox test. We add our inbox test, we click inbox, we come here in the integrations, we are going to Python Django. Here we have to copy this. We are going to use these as environment variables. So we put it here, and don't forget to remove the space, and also this. Okay, and now what you have to do is come here into settings and add that environment variables and more. Okay, and now I just finished to write the configurations of the email that we need. The settings, as you can see, I put that right below the Djoser configuration. So we have here the email backend that we are going to retrieve from Django core mail backends and SMTP email backend, capital letters. Email host going to be our environment variable. We set up here. The email used alias, we have to put this equal to true. The port, we also have this in our environment variables. The email user and password also. The default from the email, it's going to be always going to appear in the email message. So I put here info journalbullet.com, the site name journal bullet, and also very important, this is essential, crucial even for our integration with React in after for the front end. So we here I add domain localhost 5173 because this is going to be our URL for the front end, and this line, what basically it's indicating, it's we want for the email confirmation. For example, if we have a confirmation and we have a redirect link, the redirect link is not going to go for the server, the 8000, but for our localhost 5173 for the front-end domain. Okay, so let's do this. So first, here in Postman, what we want, it's going to test this URL. So for this, you are going to headers, authorization, yes, headers. Let's paste here content type. Application.json. Yes, and now for the body, you want to use raw, and let's populate this. So, okay, and now I just populate our body for the request. So we are going to actually, the fields are going to be that ones: email, first name, last name, password, and the password is like the confirmation. If you remember from Djoser, we said user create password retype true, so we need to also input this field. So I create here random name, random email. So let's go into test. Let's post request. Let me make sure that this is the server it's running. Okay. Let's send. And if everything is okay, we should get a 201 response. Okay, but there is an error here. So let me see where it comes from. Okay, let me see where it comes from, and I come right back. Okay, I just restarted the server, and for some reason it started to work. As you can see, I created here some sample users, but let's do that again. Here it's actually the same post 127. We have to add another email, so let's go add a new Freddy Saturn. It's going to be Freddy Saturn twice, because the email is unique. We cannot pass two email uniques. And as you can see, that pass one was created, and if you create here for user Fred Saturn, we mail Freddy Saturn, but we can also test, for example, here in our API in the browser. So let's say fancies, say email, and here okay, let's say post, and here we are supposed to be creating a user, and there is 201 created, and this is our new user. And if you come here, you can see that the users were added. And in mail trap, as you can see, this is we are intersetting the email that is that has been sent from our backend. So this is the message. Actually, you can personalize that. And this is what we do. This is going to be the page for the activation link. But if you click here, it's going to appear nothing because we haven't set up our front end yet. So there is no URL to go to that page. As you can see here, the domain 5173, it was the one that we set up here. If we haven't done that, it will be localhost 8000 and it will not be our front end URL, which is what we don't like. We want that one. Next, so let's test the others URLs endpoints. So we come here, we can already save that one. We come here, we add a new request, login user. So for that endpoint, what we want is this. We are going to here, we have user activate, user, this is to the user. And it's that one, it's that one, JWT create. So we come here, we get this. JWT, and this is also to slash. This is also going to be a post request headers. Content type JSON. From here in the body, you want to pass the login. So it's going to be the email and the password. So if we come here and if we post these requests, we click to send. No activate. Okay, we have to activate our account first to be able to log in. It is good because you also have to create these requests. So first let's do that one. Add a request. Going to be hot users. That one. You can see the request for the activation. Going to be in the base and point in the documentation. And user activate. So it's going to be this. You copy. You come here. Oh, beyond. I don't know if you have to use that or not. Let me just check. Yeah, that's correct. So out users activation type. You want this to be JSON. Okay, so for the activation link, we have to pass now the, as you can see, user activate. We have to pass a YD and the token in the post request. So for the last user that you create, the ID Saturn, receive this that going to be the URL to activate our account, but since you haven't set up the front end, we're going to activate it with Postman. So this is the ID, and is in the front slash, it's the token. So from here, we create a new request that are already created, where we are going to have the ID and the token. So for is a post request, this is our endpoint. So for this, we put here the ID and here the token. We send. Wait some time. Okay, I got to some error. I restart the server, and I use another activation link for previous user that you have created, which was that one, for gmail.com. As you can see, the account is now active, and so now we can use that one for the login. So and after this, you have here your account has been successfully created and activated. Now we can log in now. So for the login, we come here. That one is also already activated. So just can do this. And yes, using the login, we get two things: the refresh and the access token. And this is the tokens that are going to be used for the login authentication. So this endpoint is going to be name activate user account, activate user account, and next one. Okay, so now I just finished to set up the other two requests that we have to make. That is the password reset request and the password reset confirm. So for this, we have to, I still haven't put here the URL. It's good, so that way we can see. Okay, contact type, we're going to change this to JSON. For that one, we also want to change this to a post request JSON. JSON, yeah. This is about it what you have to do, but first let's make our request. So let's come here to our endpoint, set password, reset password. It's going to be this the URL. Going to be here, alt user. Let's copy this. Okay, this is a push request. So now the email, we can use that one that you have created. Ready is the parameters that we have to pass in that post. Let's send and let's hope for the best. Okay, the request was accepted. We have here 204 content, which is what we want. So if you come here to intercept the message, and you can see that we have the password reset offer link, and this is going to be the ID for, and this is going to be the token for reset confirm password. So if you click in this link, we don't have anything set up in the front end, so it's going to lead to nothing. But now we can use this to reset our password. So same logic than before. We copy the ID. With the ID, we copy put the token. We put a new password. Going to be password 123456. Too long. 123456. Do the same for the other fields. And let's send that post request. And yes, we get the response 204. So in principle, our password was successfully reset. And as you can see in the email, it says that our password was successfully reset. So if you come here, you put here on pass on 23456, we take out the 7. We should, for example, if we put a wrong password, we should get here a 401 unauthorized. But if we give the good credentials, we should get the access, the refresh token. And there is it. So that's it, guys. The backend authentication is now set up. We have done everything that we had to do. We have set up the Djoser. We have set up the URLs. Now we're going to set up the front-end authentication. We're going to use that URLs jointly with Redux, so we can create like a user authentication state, and that we can authenticate a login in our front end. So now we are going to do the front end. So for the front end, I already start to do some styling because this is not the main input from this project. So I want to already start the style to make more efficient for our authentication system. So as you can see, we have here main page. We have two buttons, one for login that already start to do some styling, already set up the React router so you can access some pages. And here the synop, it's not going to any page because I'm set up, and this is what I want to do with you. Already with the login, we are going to do something similar with the synap register page, but I want also to show you how to set up the register page. So this is the code of the main app. So you can see you already set up the router here. And now let's create a register page. So we come here, I create here a new folder, name page, also create a new folder, components, navigation, and then have that here. And let's do a register page. So we create new page, SX, and let's do some beginning styling. And if we come here, we have to import register page. And here we set to register. So now our component in the page, it's here. So what we want to do here is to also start doing some styling. But first, let's set up state. We are going to import use effect and mainly use state. Use effect is going to be needed for later. So now let's set up. Let me see the name. I call here form data const form data set form data going to be equal. We call here state and going to be equal to a dictionary. And what we want here is the first name. That's going to be now empty string. The last name going to be also empty string. The email, the password, and the repeat passwords. Okay, now I think I can do some styling. From here, I'm going to copy the style already. I've done some of it. Here are the fragments that there is no need for. Let me see if everything is still good with the login. Yeah. So we want is going to be empty fragment. It is going to be the same. Let's now delete the input for now. We also want the icon from React icons, but new icon. So yes, and this is the CSS styling that I'm using, that I've set up for this project. And for now, let's say that it's going to be empty, even if the name is going to be the same. Okay. So for here, let's say when the placeholder is going to be the first name, first name, the requiring inputs. Okay, for here, I have to change here register, and let's go to register. We can select that one. We are going to import this from React icons dash PI. Let's see what's going wrong. Nothing, just need some refresh. And we are going to put the icon here, beautiful. So before doing the configuration, let's start the other fields. Going to be for the last name, email, password, and password confirm. Last name, going to be type email. I should have done something before. That's not important. Name, email, also field is required. Placeholder, password, it's going to be password. And here, the password. Okay, I think the input fields all here. Okay, so now we can do the handle change and handle submit. So let's start to create the functions. Let's start with handle change, going to be equal to, but before that, let's destructure these elements. First name, last name, email, password, password, be equal, form date. Okay, and here, one is. So to handle all of them at once, what we're going to do is set form data. Here, you want to retrieve the previous elements inside the object, and here the previous, and e dot target dot name, because we want to target the elements with this name on change, and e dot target dot val. The feeling that I forget something is the object, so needed here. What I'm doing here wrong. It looks like it's in the wrong order. Parentheses. Okay, good. So for examples, let's do a console log for you to see what this is working. We're going to log from the console the form data, and let's open the console, quick refresh. Another moment. Okay, forget to add this. So here, in all of them, you want the on change going to be equal this, and when the value, for example, here the value going to be equal to the first name. Yeah. Now we have to add this in all the fields, but with the value respect in that field. Here we have the email, here the password, and on that one the password. Okay, and now it should work. You can see at the moment we change the value. This is going to reflect in our state, and with this, with that only will change, we're targeting the name individually of each attribute inside the object, and we're changing it to the respective attribute. So now, next step is to handle the submit. For this, one the function. Now here, a dot event default, and this, and here on the submit, we're going to add some conditions. So if password is different from the password, we're going to console log password do not match. Here it's equal. We are in JavaScript. Okay, so let's do a quick test. So yeah, that in the correct format. Okay, we have to unclick and I'll submit. Now it's supposed to work. So let's put here different passwords. You can see here passwords do not match. If you put the same, nothing happens. Oh, it was supposed to be. So now we can actually, we don't need to watch this anymore because we know that it's working. And better than this, it's to have a notification. For this, we are going to install Toast. For this, we have to install npm install React Toastify. Let's see if the name is correct. Is installing. Next step is to configure the Toast here. So we are going to import the CSS style, the Toast container, and we are going to add this here just below the router so we can access the Toast in all our components. Okay, so here in the register, instead of the console log, let's say Toast dot error, and here we can say passwords do not match. We also have to make sure import Toast. This line is not needed. So we're going to import Toast from and React Toastify. It's here. Okay, let's try again. random name, some random email too, and some random passwords, verifical register. Yes, you have here the signal. Passwords do not match. Okay, so this is, we have already the register page, the login page. So now let's do reset password page. So from here, create reset passwords page dot .csx. Here we can copy from here. We just need an email. Well, we also don't need here the form data, but whatever. So you already have the setup done. So it will not matter. Let's create that password like this. I'm going to import that not recognizer that password page from page that password page. Copy this, but easier, and we have our reset password page. So process the password page. We want a link here in the login. The password, let's say link, forget password, git style. Yeah, we could have signed that other way, but at the moment it's not so important. So to reset password, it's good enough. Click here, and we should have been redirected to reset password. Let's see again here in the console. Not much. Location, login, reset password. Okay. Forgot what is. Try again. Login, forget password. Reset password. Password is not defined at login page. Okay, we're actually going to the reset password. We still have to clean up this. So const. Okay, let's keep doing this. Where are we? Forget password. And it's that one that was giving an error. Okay, so now here, let's say, is that password and that icon. It's fine for here. And we have to change this value. Is that password? So here we also went and also mid. Even create. Yeah. And change or better one click. Let's handle the submit, which going to do nothing. After with Redux, we are going to add our global state and the functionality to get from our API the actions that are going to reset a password and do our login state. Okay, now yeah, I have the reset password. So let's create also an activate page. Activate page. Activate page.jsx. And it will have been better to add all that page to new folder named authentication page. But now it's done, so let's keep doing that way. Okay, for the activation page, we're not going to need most of these, so we can do this. Let's add the activation page here below the register. Makes sense. Account, activate, page, and it's going that one part here. So this is going to be on the redirect, but now we can watch this. From here, and there was slash and plus. Okay, so for activate page, what we want to do? Let's copy this style. We don't need any form, neither an input. We are going to need an under submit. We can copy that one. So for our under submit, going to be nothing. Now it's also an icon. Import this icon from React icons slash UI. Perfect. And here, since you're only using this and the button, okay, let me add some styling here. Again, secondary, this is class that I already created. Okay, like that one. Activate count. But also see why it's being displayed here in big screens. Okay, I want to do this bigger and also center. So for that, I have to create a new class. Say btn activate count. Here in my styles. So for the styling, we went to margin auto, but we have to change the display block here because it's a line block. So for the margin, what we have to use the display block. So next, let's make a font size rem way bigger. Rem padding 1000 that rem, yeah, and margin top 5 rem. Okay, let me see if I can put better color. So actually I have here write the variants in btn accent. Yeah, I think at least the user will know where is the button to click the password. So not me. Click the password, no, to activate the account. Activate account, and there is. And there is. So we finish this section. So we have already the login, the sign up, the register, and the forget password and activate page. So okay, so our page are now fully functional. So now we have to integrate that with API. But the next step is actually to set up Redux so we can create the global state management. So we'll have better control to control our variables or state in this front-end authentication. We are going to set up the Redux. So let's start. For this, we have to install the Redux toolkit, Redux JS toolkit. Okay, now that it's installed, we also have to install React Redux. So it is going to be able to connect React and Redux. So we are here. So first thing that we have to do, we come here in main. So we are going to need to import the provider from React Redux. Second, we have to import our store from Read yet. Let's go straight now. Store, and let's create the store. So for the store, here in our source folder, create a new folder named app, and second, let's say store.js. So here in our store, let's configure a store. So let's import configure store from Redux toolkit. Second, let's import out. We haven't defined that one yet. So to configure a store, let's write store to be configure store, and here we are going to add our reducers. And for now, that file is empty. Let's restart the server. And there we go. Now it's functional. So let's finish to configure the store, the main.csx, and here you want to wrap our app in the provider. So say store equal store, and yeah, now we have set up a Redux. So now we are going to be able to access the states in a global level. So let's just close here. You don't need all the tabs open, close all. And first thing we need, since you are using React Toolkit, we also to create a folder named features. Is where we are going to put our slices. And let's create a new folder named auth for authentication. And here, the new folder, we want to create the slice. One that's going to be our auth.slice, going to be used to handle our slice. Another one that's going to be other.service. We're going to separate the code here. It's going to be for the state, and it's going to be for the API requests. Okay, so in your out slice, let's import create slice, and also create a sync tag. Create a sync tag is basically a function so we can handle promise, and also cases in Redux. So let's configure our initial state. Initial state, we want the user. Let's say null first is error going to be false is success. Also going to be false with a small f. With is loading, that initially is also going to be false. And the message that we are going to retrieve from our APIs, that's going to be empty for now. Okay, so now let's create a reducer. For this, we do export const out slice, and here we create a slice. Let's give a name for it. Needs to be named out. Initial state is going to be our initial state. You already defined that. And now let's set up a reducer. So for reducers at the moment, it's going to be empty. We are not going to use reducers so much, but what we're going to use is the extra reducers. So our extras reducers will allow us to have extra functionality, and is particularly useful to handle the create think tank functions in the different case. So users, builder, in here, let's say builder, and after we can handle the different case. But for the moment, we don't need this, so let's comment. And now we go back to store.js, and we want to add here a reducer. To be out reducer. Out reducer not defined. We have to import this. Import out reducer from have to export this. So for this, it's export default out slice reducer. And since you are here, we can also visit the server. Was the content invalid? Shows only GXX. Okay, the thing is, he was using bit, we have to name it GXX. Let's restart the server again. It's saying that that error is here. And I forgot to complete this. So going to be features out slice, and I think I got it. It's here and it's working now. Yeah, since you're exporting here the default, we don't need to use, and we don't have to curly bracer. So we have to import auto reducer here, and now our store is configured. So can we do now? So we can create a quick think tank that's going to be used for demonstration, but we also are going to need this for the register. So it's going to say const register to be equal create a think tank, and the function has two parameters. First, we put the name, can be anything we want at here. Let's say out register. Here going to be an async that's going to have user data, and this is good for now. So for here, let's actually log the user data, and this is to demonstrate how does it works. So now we have to set up the register page. That's here. Okay, and here we want to import some things. Let's import the use dispatch and the use selector. From React Redux, and we also want to import the register from features out slice. Let me see if I have this correctly. Okay, export register. Okay, so here below the structuring, let's go and call the dispatch. The dispatch, as the name indicates, is going to be used to dispatch functions to a Redux store, and the use selector is going to be used to select state from the store. So for the use selector, that way, that way. So we are going to select use selector, and we want to retrieve the state from state.out, and here we want to get the state of the user is loading, is error, is success, and message. And I don't think I forget anyone. So let's dispatch state to here. So in the handle submit, after this, we do else, trace the user data. It's going to be a parameter. It's going to be dispatch here. And for this, we want to dispatch the first name, email, last name, all of this. Okay, and here we call the function dispatch, we register, the user data. Okay, so I think everything it's working how it's supposed to be. Let's make a text. Jo nav gel the password. And if we call here in the register, we can see that our information or state got passed here in that function. So what we did, we called first, we did a setup of everything. We create a function register that we are calling here using use selector, and we are getting these parameters that we are not using these, but we are going to need these for the extra reducers and to handle the state. And after we dispatch the new data to here. So the next step, and we can see is here. The next step that we are going to do, we are going to set up the out service and the extra reducers, so we can actually dispatch that information. So now we have the input, edge data. Now we have to create with Axios the service that's going to send a post request to our backend, so that our user will be able to authenticate, in this case to register in our backend. And today we are going to implement our first authentication functionality, more specifically the register. So for this, we have to open our terminals. Don't forget here to activate the environment. Source env grep, and let's open more. And now that our environment is activated here, let's see the backend. Also, we need to run our Python server to make the post requests. And be running. And it's going to be a React server, npm run dev. Good. So it appears that everything is running, it's functional. So let me see here the AT. I saw backend, it's also running. So the request that we are making. So let's go. So for this, we need to install Axios to make the requests. And then install Axios. So now that Axios is installed, let's import Axios from Axios. And here, let's create our constant that's going to be our domain. We could put this in environment variable, but for this project, I don't think there is the need. So for this, our backend URL is localhost 8000. So now let's create our register URL by concatenating Great. Backtips string by concatenating our backend domain with the path that we want to do the authentication from our backend. Maybe API, v1, out, users. Okay, we can also do the other ones that we are going to need. We're going to need the login. That's going to be out. This is all the paths that we did here. Going to be API, v1, out, JWT, create. Let's close the back. Okay, I'm now completing the others more quickly. And okay, these are all the paths that we are going to need. Next, let's create a register service. Going to be register user. Here we are creating function, the sync function, the sync that's going to accept our user data, and the user data here. Let's create the headers. Header configuration is going to include the headers, and it's essentially the headers that we need. So here the headers is taking an object that we want the content type to be application/JSON. So now that we have the config, we can actually make the post request. Response going to be await axios.post, and here we want the register URL. Want to pass the user data in our post, and we also want to pass the config. So, and for this we want to return the response dot data. Okay, this is a service. Now you have to export this. So it's going to be const out service. It will be equal to, here we only have our function, but we are going to have more for the different requests. So let's create out service and let's export the default. It will be out service. Okay, so now we go back here to the authentication slice, and we are going to import our out service from here. So import out service from dot out service, and now let's modify the create a sync tank to do the things that you're supposed to do. And here we want to catch the user data, the tank API. So instead of only console log, we're going to try catch here in the error. So we are going to try to return the await, and we go to auth service dot register. So actually what you are doing here, it's we are going to use user data. So we are going to receive the data from here, going here, we are going to pass here. So this is what we need. So for the error, let's try to catch the error in the message. So we're going to do error.response is to catch the message from the error message from the backend. Error.response.data and error.response.data.message, or can also be here error.message or error string. And here, this is functionality from the Tank API. We can reject value, the message, if there is an error. Okay, so I think here we have everything. So now let's create a reducer and the rest are reducers. So for the first reducer, we are going to create a reset. It's going to take our state, and what we want is to update our state to reset, because after a request, we want that values to go to the initial state. So state is loading, it's going to be false. We have for more, state is error, want to be false, is success, and is message, only message. Okay, so you create our first reducer. So now let's add a different case. So for this, we're going to add case, and here you have the register dot pending. It's going to refer to here. State here. No, state. So if it's pending, you want our state to update is loading equal to true. Now let's add more .tree case for the register. So for this, going to be fulfilled, and here rejected. So here we want also to catch the payload. So we pass the action as an argument. So for here, if it's fulfilled, we want the state is loading, go back to false, the is success going to be true, and the user be equal to the payload. Actually, action dot payload. And in the rejected case, let's copy this, it's easier. So rejected is loading, going to be false. Success is going to be false. State is error, going to be true. And here we want the message to catch the payload. Okay, it's supposed to giving an error here. Then notice that we have parentheses one more that it was supposed to, and here now. Okay, not here. Probably here. Okay, I think we don't have more errors now. Okay, so now we can go to register page. And here we want to import the navigate from, I think we have React folder DOM. Import, use navigate from React folder DOM, because after we register, we want to navigate back to our home page. So let's create here navigate const navigate going to be equal to use navigate. Now you want to create this and also submit. Yes, now I'll create here or use effect. It's going to be equal to use effect. And if we have from here there is error equal to true, so if there is an error, you want that to toast the error message, and if we success or we have the user, we want this to navigate to our home page, give a success message that an activation email has been sent to your email. Please check your email. Okay, I think we have everything. So let's test this. Okay, we have here the data. We receive here the data that's going to be to our slice. The add case is going to update our state depending of the action. Here we catch here the data. It's going to go to our service. So let's do this. For this, we have the Redux dev tools. You can also open them here. Okay, here I like the state, but it's new. So sign up. So let's create Robert bar LB. Let's register. A success. So it appears that everything went well. So you can see it was already pending. It's update our state to true, and here it was fulfilled. So we have like that's everything. So if we come here, we update our users, we should have here Robert Bar is the user that we created, and as you can see, is not active because he has to activate mail trap. He has to activate the account. It's here. If we go to our inbox, we have here the message. So we have you are receiving this mail because you need to finish the activation process. So if we click here, nothing is going to happen. After looking to this, I think it's going to be a good idea to create not found page. So we come here, page, let's create here. Not found. Not this. Not found page.gsx. Don't want capital A later. So here we don't want anything facile, not page. I can say that we want an h1 page not found. So we could put this more beautiful, but I don't think we have the need for this example. So now we come to app.gsx. And here, let's create a new route that like this. That went the path. If this is going to all the page that don't match this path, element is going to be equal to not found page, and as auto imported here. So let's test. So if we go to this page, for example, let's check something. Page not found. I don't know where. Okay, this is actually not what we want. We want the component. Let's refresh. Okay, and if you go to other page, it's going to say page not found. So for example, if we click here, because we have not defined the URL before, it's going to appear page not found. Yeah. So I think this is everything for the tutorial. So we have set up our front-end authentication. So now we are able to register users in the front end that's going to send that information to the backend with the API, and we are able to create and register our users in our Django database. So next step, we are going to complete the other requests. So we want the login, we also want the logout that we don't have here, but mostly the activate, the password reset, and the password reset confirm. First, before I off videos, I create a spinner component and with GSX, and I add some class for the spinner. So we are going to use the spinner when the state is loading. So this is a spinner that I've created. So I put this in the not found page, but we don't need this here. But yes, the component is created. And before starting, let me see one thing. Yes, I think here in the use effect, I forget to add the dependencies, which is important to have. So for the dependencies, if there is a change in this user navigate this page is when we want to use that action. And also, I think let's also import the reset. Let's confirm that I've exported the reset functions, and as you can see, I haven't. So here, let's also export const reset from our actions slice.actions. Okay, so here in the register page, after finishing to dispatch the user data, we also want to dispatch the reset function. And to finish, so here, if is loading, we want the spinner. Spinner component. Let's import this for spinner. Okay. So unexpected token. Okay, sorry, first name. Okay. So we remove the if and true now. All right, so let's see just if everything is doing correctly. Let's add some random stuff. Register. Okay. Is added. Here there is a bug. We don't want that each page on the submit. Just is going to reset our state and the spinner is not going to load. And I click in the button. What we want is dispatch the reset in this effect. So let's make another test. So I fill this form with random data, click on the register, and now we have the spinner. And there it is. So keep going. So now let's add the login functionality. So for this, we need to come here. We can, let's see which one we start first. We can start by the service. So it's going to be login, and here it's going to be exactly the same thing, but if we have response.data, we want to update our local storage to store our web tokens. So set item going to be user. We are going to pass JSON dot stringify response dot data. And we return the response dot data. Yeah. Next, let's implement the logout. The logout is going to be relatively easy and short because the logout just, we don't pass anything. We just want to remove the user from our local storage. Remove item, user, small letters. Next one, let's activate user. that's going to be similar to that one. You can just copy. And here, instead of login, I'll activate. It's also going to be a post request, everything the same way, but we don't need to set any local storage. So it's going to be this. I just to update our URLs, going to be activate URL. Here we don't need, and here going to be your login URL where I'm going to make the post request. Okay, so in our slice we have to do the same thing. Just copy this. So here going to be login, auth, login, and we don't need to do more here. Or the logout is going to be smaller, so we don't need all of these. We also don't need any parameters. It's going to be named logout. And be sure here that you also modify the name here, because it's going to be to identify the add cases. And for here, what we want just to do is to call the out service logout. Yep. And now the activated going to be similar to that one. Activate. Okay. It's going to be equal with only difference that we have to call here dot service dot activate. And for confirmation purpose, this is good, this is not good. This is the problems of copying past. Sometimes you forget to update on things and you get an error in the following steps. For example, here is also activate. And yes, our actions here are set. So let's create our add cases. So here we can copy everything. Only difference is going to be here the contains fulfill, reject, pending. Instead of register, we want the login. In that case, login. And here in the reject case, we just want to add a new state. That's going to be state.users to be equal to null. So we want to add this for all the other cases, in the rejected cases. So there we have, I think it's good. In the case of the logout, we don't need to end up all the cases. So it's going to be activated logout, sorry. Logout dot fulfilled and pass here the state. And state.user, we're going to reset this to null. And last, for the activated, copy this text and the same. Okay, I think we have already case enough. So now we can go to the pages themselves. So let's start with the login. Okay, what we already have here. So we're going to need to import the spinner. We also need to import the use dispatch in the selector. That what you can actually do is let's close some of these. We don't need these. So we are going to need these, use navigate. It's going to be here. Use navigate. And that's all. Here is the login that we want. And let's also import Toast. For Toast from here. No, but this Toastify. Toastify. Well, we have everything. Now the concept here is the same. Let's import all of these. Or set up all of these. Here in Django change, Django submit. We want this. Okay, prevent default, user date. We only need the email and the password, and we are going to dispatch the login that we have imported here. Okay, so now we just have to handle the use effect. The login page. Here we can eliminate this text. And we're going to navigate to the dashboard. That is this. Okay. And now I think we're okay to do a test. Oh, it's not an error that I was expecting. So, okay. We have actually to export them. Let's log in, log out, and activate. So let's try again with our Fred is the tour. And pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fail. Let's see what's here. Okay, I don't need to. Not here. Also log the form data anymore. Okay, not found. It's where it is. Service. It's create. In user. Create. Okay. Test again. Login. That's 101. authorized. Let me see if I put a good password. Okay, and I think it's good. I think I put just the wrong password. As you can see, I put the wrong password. We get like nothing. And here, okay, it is the payload, the preview, and we have received the access and the refresh token. So if we come here in the application, here is local storage. We have here our access and refresh token ready to use. So yeah, and after this, we are going to be redirected to the dashboard, which is, where is the dashboard? Here. So everything is working fine. Let's just add also the spinner functionality, and it's loading. So we can put this here below the below dash one. So let's try again. Now we cannot actually log out. We are going here. We are redirected to the dashboard because you already log in. We have to implement the logout. So now that we set up the user, now that we have user local storage, let's handle the logout and user also. So now you end here for user is going to be json.parse, and we are going to retrieve this from local storage that we already said that we already saw that it is in the local storage. So get item, we want here the user, that thing. And so now the user is going to be if there is a user, we want that be the user. In other words, the refresh and the access token, and else no. So when we log in, we should get the payload, and it's going to be updated in our state. We come here, Redux. Yes, you can see that you have here no user, the refresh, and the access token. So let's handle the logout. The functionality, it's in the navbar, so we have to handle here some things in the navbar. So for here, just realizing now I want to edit some things. I don't want a link, but nav link. Let's make some couple of changes. Nav link. Also from here, we are going to need the use navigate. We're also going to need the use dispatch and a lot of the boilerplate imports. But they're good if we just import from here. From here, login, it's logout, and also this. There is there somewhere file. Okay. Going to be features out and out slice. No, it's working correctly. So I think we don't have any more. So here let's get navigate going to be equal to use navigate, set up the hook, set up the dispatch, use dispatch. Here let's get a user from the selector, use selector going to be state, we retrieve state out, you see if everything is set correctly. What I'm missing here, equal state out. Not okay. We got this. Now this is working fine. So let's handle for logout. So for logout, it's going to be a function, and when we click the logout, we want to dispatch the logout, and also dispatch the reset. You want to navigate to the home page. Okay, this appears to work correctly. And here in the logout, going to be nav link on click. I'm going to run the logout. So let's make a text. Click here, logout, reset, logout fulfill. So we have the user null, and we are official logout. So when you go to login, we can log in again. Okay, so let's just do one last thing. It is to render dynamically the logout, because if we are not logged in, we don't need the logout. We don't need even the dashboard. That one is the most important. So for this, we want, if there is user, we want that to be let's put here an empty fragment. We just want this, else, let's say both of them. Slide an empty fragment, and let's now delete this, and okay, so I think this is in the wrong place. Okay, so now it's working fine. So let's say login. Let's put our what is the ready Saturn. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That we log in, we are authenticated, and you are in our dashboard where there is nothing, and there is here the logout. Now we are actually authenticated. On here we can manipulate things, and we can log out. Yeah, it's if you come here, first set of the user, it's set back to no. And now we are going to set up the activation page. So we have set up the service and the slices. So we already had the case for the activation page, we have here the function if it's set up correctly, and here also. So now we are going to handle the activation page, and what we want here, it's very simple. So we want to redirect the user when he clicks on here. He's going to be redirected to the activation page, and we are going to handle the activation function. So let's start this. So for this, it's going to be a little different because besides the normal boilerplate stuff that I'm going to very quickly copy from here, use this patch, use also want to make sure that I am the account activate. Five on this and this. Okay, I'm here. There is no errors. It's good. Account activate. I'm going to set a bit later. Page. So what we want here? There is this patcher, the login node, the activate. The toast can be useful. Want to import our spinner and more. Okay. Yes. Want to import or use navigate, but also is going to be important. It's going to be the use params. So why we need the use params? First, we have to go here in an app and actually write to you. Actually not, I just postpone this because more useful to explain now. This is not going to be the path, the complete path for activation link. As you see, we have account activate. That's going to be this, and it's also not going to be account activate. It's only going to be activate because of the path. But as you remember, we have here a UID and we have here a token. So for here, we want to accept additional parameters, paths. So we want to accept the UID and the token. So now when you come here to activate, we also need to copy some boilerplate stuff like this. Okay. However, here we don't need this, the user. And here let's also activate the use params. So we are going to get from our parameters. There's going to be here something and here something else. We are going to get the YD because it's the name that we set up here, the token. YD token is going to be equal to use params. Okay, now supposed to be working for our for not found because there is not anything on here. Yes, good. So here in our handle submit, let's say we want const user data, and here want is the ID and the token. So, and after, let's dispatch our store. Let's going to dispatch the, because again the name, activate. We're going to dispatch the user data. And let's say a props posts dot success. Your account has been activated. You can log in now. Okay, so what we are getting with this line, we get this, the ID and the token from here, and we are going to be redirected. For example, let's click here now. Now we are going to be redirecting. You are getting the ID and the token. So after this, we are going to get the ID here in a variable called user data. We're going to dispatch the function activate that going to user slice that's going to trigger that activated, that's going to trigger our service sending a post request to our backend. So basically that's it. And but we need more. So activated page, we also want to handle the use effects. It's going to be copy this effect. We don't need the user. Those are going. You also we want, yes, only the success. We want to redirect back to the home page, also the login page. Login. Why not? Login makes sense. So here it is, and here is also nice to have a spinner. So the spinner is there somewhere. Use effect not defined. Start use effect from this. So this can be besides the bottom, besides below. So above the bottom and below the H1 is the right. So if the site is loading, let's say we want the spinner. Okay, so this is working. We have been redirecting, our account was activated. I don't remember where this email was from, which people. Okay, it is a random email, DSC, blah, blah, blah. Was activated, so if we come here to our users, we should get our DC some stuff guy. Let's see, activated. Yes, that guy with a very beautiful first name is now active. So I didn't want to activate that so quickly. I was going to create a new account and do the activation later, but it's working. So let's do a small test. Okay, don't need to make of these opens. So let's do this. I think is that the password. Yes, and that guy that we don't ever name is now activated here. So Yeah, the activation page, it's working. So now, what you're already able to do, we can create an account, log in, activate the page. So the main functionalities are there. Now, the only thing that we need to add is the reset password functionality. So the goal for today is to handle the reset password functionality. And we already have here the reset password page. So if you come here, log in, forget password, already create reset password functionality where you put the email. And if we come here, we have everything that's needed. Start. So for this, let's create our service and our create a sync tank in our slice. So starting with a service, the service is going to be the same as the other ones. Going to be a post request when we need to pass some data. So let's say that reset password. We're going to receive the user data. We are going to use the post request. Paste here the reset password, and the activation link is going to be reset password URL. So that one. And here we say reset password. But now you can also finish all the functionality in the service. So here it's going to be reset password confirm, and we need to change the URL. The URL is that one. I think I did something I was not supposed to. Okay, this is the reset password. Activate URL. So copy. Let's copy the URL to the wrong function. So let's see again. Yeah, here. Now we add here the reset password confirm. So let's check if everything is correct. Is it supposed to be? Also okay. And that one also looks okay. So going for the slice now. So the function here is going to be the same as activate, because it's a post. We are going to parse user data and thank API. And do here. So here you want reset password, the name of the function going to be the same. Out reset password. The service now it's going to be out service reset password, and that's it. Same thing for reset password confirm. So you come here, reset password confirm, and the name we have to change is here. Same here. Get message. Yeah, everything looks okay. So now let's handle our add cases. So for these, and copy it once here. Here we don't need anymore these, or is the case. Like this that way. I'll change the name. That password. Reset password. Reset password. So this is for the reset password. So let's handle now the case for actions. reset password confirm. Confirm. And give me an error. I think we have to match parentheses, curly brackets. And everything seems to work fine. Okay, so let's start to add the functionality in the reset password on the front end, and after we do for the reset password confirm. So for this, after slides have been created, we come to the reset password. So here, more of the same. So here you want to import the use navigate rather down. We also from Redux import use. Need to be easier that way. Import spinner. I think we need more post and this effect and use state. Okay, so we have here the form that are being handled. And here below our email, we can go for dispatch, use dispatch, and use navigate. And here we want const is loading from the use selector. State.out, and from here want to retrieve the success, is loading, is error, and the message is success and the message. Okay, all of that done. Let's handle or submit. Let me see if okay, it's here and also submit. So const user data, that I'm going to be just an object with our email. And after we went to dispatch the reset password that we have to import. I think it was auto imported now. The password, yeah, it's auto imported. You can see here. And after this, I think we just have to handle the use effect. So this going to be equal use effect. Going okay. Okay, for the dependencies. And after we do this is why I want navigated. Let's go navigate to the home page. After action is triggered, and our dependencies to be an array is error, is success, message, navigate, and dispatch. Here you want also trigger. This is I forgot to give is error, post error message, and if success is what we want to call. navigate, post success. Let's reset password email has been sent to you. Okay, so I think we have everything. So let's come here to our admin. It's also mail drop. Okay, so here in the inbox. Let's say the users. So which one do you want? It is good because I even don't remember hearing emails. Let's go for create emails, no, the password. Create the tool, let's say login. Say we forget the password. So let's go reset password. Reset password and wrongly spelled has been sent. That is success, so at least it's a good thing. And there we have our reset password functionality. And now we click in this link, nothing is going to happen. We're going to page not found 404. So this is what we have to create now. So where should I start? I can create already the reset password page confirm .jsx. Okay, RFC is going to be the page. Now you're coming here to app.jsx. You want here the dashboard. You want here. Okay, so the name of this part is going to be the one that's already named. So if we come here, password reset confirm. Okay, so this is how we are going to name this here. It's going to be copyright, copy, password reset confirm, and that's it. Just now need to add parameters, the ID, and the token, which are going to be the X1 that are going to be accepted. So here is going to be password confirm page. The password confirm has to be imported. Import the password confirm page, and for some reason maybe make a typo. Yeah, I think now it's working how it should be. So let's create the functionality in our page, which is that one. So here, similar to the activate page, we're going to need the use params, because these are the params that we want to get. So use params. Also, what we need more here, import those, import those, add justify, import use selector, let's say use selector, use dispatch from React Redux. But we need more. Import the reset password confirm, and also an icon. So for this Add the icons. Let's create block. So we want to import these from React icons AI / AI. Okay, this is done. So now let's retrieve. How did I do in the web page? Okay, I use the YD and the token and the dispatch. Okay, so let's follow a similar pattern. So first, let's get our data. We're going to retrieve and the structure, the UID and the token from various params. Remember, the name of these has to be the same as the one we named here. So I'll keep going. But we want also, okay, for this in the form data, form data, set form data. Here is just one, two things. Going to be the here the use state. Use state and the use effect. Okay, after this is use state here, and initial there is going to be an object. It's going to be new password, and new password. How is that? Something don't seem pretty right. Forgot what we want is empty in the beginning, and here the comma. Okay, why is that? So as you can see, when we make a post request in the API to our backend server, what we want to pass is the ID, the token, the new password, and the new password. So you just decide to name the same, so to avoid problems in passing the data after. So now let's call our navigate. That's going to be equal to use navigate for dispatch. Use dispatch and get our information. It's going to be the same. You can just actually copy a lot of things here. Copy keys or handle change, even our handle submit. Let's copy all of this. Avoid repetition. And let's copy that the right way. Okay. One thing is good. Just me add the is loading functionality. So here is loading is equal to true. I want to run the spinner. There is it. So okay, will not change main functionality. Just starting the spinner, and where I was. Okay, so here is going to be the same. Then I'll change. When target the value, you don't need to log these anymore because you know that's working. Just one for confirmation debug purpose. So here the functions that we are going to need. Here we have to import the password confirm. Yeah, imported. So I come here. And here we want to pass the reset password confirm, going to pass the user data. But here, the user data is going to be equal to the ID, the token, the new password, the new password. Let's just from here, the structure. Structure this. The new password from the form data. Okay, so here, then I'll submit. I think it's right. For use navigate, going to be the same thing. You're going to say your password. Reset successfully. Okay. I think all the functionality is here. Now we have to handle. You see, okay. We have to handle the look of that page. Of this. Okay, as you can see already, I have here something. So it's going to be similar to the. Actually, it's going to be very similar to the login. So let's come here, login. We are going to copy all of this. Here. Copy, and we put here in our page. Okay, we have the spinner, here the logo. It's going to be that one. Yeah, log. So here is loading spinner value. Now here it's going to be different. So it's going to be the new password from here and the new password. New password. New password, right. New password. So we don't link this anymore. And also it's fine. Page loading is fine. The here is that password confirm. Let's see how it look like. Say is that password here. We have the functionality, but now it's not going to be an email. It's going to be type password. It's going to be like this. Type password, name password, even new passwords, new password. How it looks like. Placeholder. The password. New password. Confirm new password. Okay, I think we can test now our functionality, because if everything is correct, we have this account ready set. So we are ready. We are in the link. We have everything. So if this code it's working how it was supposed to do, if we click here in not login, reset password. If we click here in reset password, we are going to trigger that dispatch that's going to send the information that we put here. So the ID and the token we already have retrieved from here. After this, we have to just add the new password, the new password that it's been handling from our handle change. That's going to trigger the dispatch, going to trigger that function here, the slice, reset password confirm, that we are going to call our service here, going to post the request on an API, and going to change the password in our database. Let's see if everything is working correct. So here also forgot to input type is password. So saving. Let's say the password is going to be pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It does this. Clicking password, and something is not working where it was supposed to be. Okay, spinner is not defined. Okay, good to know. Word spinner, but at the same time saying that password was reset successfully. So the problem is only the spinner. We come here to the main drop, and yeah, your password has been changed. So it's good. So it means that we finished all the functionality. So let's come here, Freddy Saturn. Let's say login. Let's come here to Freddy Saturn. Let's come here in now sign up in login. Enter Freddy Saturn. Let's Freddy Saturn. Let's add our new pass. It was pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not a good password. It's just for test purpose. Come in login and requested failed, but forbidden. Let me try again without capital letter. Okay, and the problem it was this. I just used capital letter at first, and it was without capital letters. So yeah, so everything is done now. So now we created here a bulletproof system authentication where we have the logout functionality where we can sign up and register new users. We also have the login to authenticate in our app. So if we forget the password, we can request for a reset password using our email input. And after this, we also have the functionality of resetting, confirming the password using this link. Resetting the password using this link. So there is only one last thing that I want to show you before we close definitely this tutorial series. So this is how we can retrieve the user information. So there is different ways to do that. For example, one of the ways that I use and like to do, it's in the backend. Usually we create another app that is going to be profiles. The profiles, we add new information, so we have to add another model with that information and more if you want. But for this project, it's a simple project that we don't need to create the complexity of the profile. So for this, we are still going to use our outslice, and what we are going to do, it's we come here, we are going to use one of the Djoser URLs. The one that we are going to use is that one, users/me. As you can see, this user, the endpoint is used to retrieve and update the authenticated user. So if you get the endpoint, you can actually come here. I already create a get request. So as you can see, you can do the get patch on here. I create a get request and name it users.me in the URL because it's the default URL for that kind of request. It's the same of this. So instead of using this, we use the users/me. And one thing that you have to do, first, you have to authenticate it, login, for example. If you come here, we say login, we retrieve that access token. And after retrieving that access token, you come here in authorization with the type bearer token. You put here the token and you send and you retrieve the information. So what you want here is just the first name, the last name, and even the email if we need this. So after we have created that, let's create in our service the request for it. So here it's going to be a little bit different, but not as much. We come here, we are going to call get user info. And here, let's say get user info. The request going to be get request. And here there is some things that we need to do. First of all, it's what a new URL. So we come here and let's say get user info. We also get user, but it's not matter too much. And here is going to be users me. Let's see if it's correct. Yeah, it's this. And another difference, we are not going to post anything, so we don't need that user data. We can actually come here and take this out. But something that we need is the access token. So we come here and name here access token, because on the headers we are going to, as we did here in the authorization, so here authorization, and we are going to pass backticks, bearer, and we want the access token. Okay, so we are going to retrieve the access token from here. So the response is going to be the same. Let me see if all the names are correct. And we just have to pass or get user info to send to our out service. Okay, that was the first step. Next step, let's go here and we can copy this. Let's name get user info for consistency's sake. Here we don't need anything, but we just let the slash to say that we don't need anything. And with the help of the Tank API, there is a nicely way to get our access token. So we do this access token, Tank API, get state, and from the state you want the user access. Okay, good. So here out service get user info, and we are going to pass the access token or the request. So with this, you want a place to hold that user information in our state. So we come here. There is a lot of ways to do this, but one of the way is say user info, and let's initialize the state with null. So now let's add our add cases, and we want to load that information in the login. So we can, for example, copy this add case, login, pending, fulfill. We can paste here, and here the difference is going to be user info here the user info is going to be action.payload. So instead of the login, we want to get user info. Okay, and now that we have that, we can go to our dashboard, and yes, we come here to dashboard, and here we need to import some things. First, we need to import the useSelector hook, useSelector from React Redux, and for now, I think that one is the only one that's needed. So from here in the dashboard, we want the user info going to be equal useSelector state, and they're going to retrieve this from the state.out. Okay, so this is here. That's going to be for the future, because now you have to go to our login page, and in our login page, let's also get the user info. So if the login is success, we are also going to dispatch the get user info. So let's see if there is, how it is working here. Okay, there is an error. Dashboard. Yeah. Save. Refresh. Case cannot be called with reducers at the same time. So if I go here, I think I actually know where we messed up. And it's probably in the names. It is we haven't updated the name here, so let's do that. So if we do refresh now, okay, everything working fine. So let's log in. Okay, so I had some technical problems, but let's keep going. So there was only one difference that I did between that time. I had that URL, it was not in a good expression. I put here instead of here. I corrected it, and in our hot slice, in our hot case, I removed all our user or case for not fulfilled, for loading, better for pending and rejecting, because only one that we actually need, it's the fulfilled when we do the login. So after doing this, everything is supposed to work correctly. And what's going to happen here, we also, when we do the login, we also do the dispatch to get the user info, that when the login is going to be fulfilled, we are going to trigger the fulfill case, and we are going to pass the payload of the action in the user info. So we are going to update that user info with that information, because all the process, it's triggering that function, and also going to trigger our service or get user info. So let's test this. Let's open our Redux dev tool. Let's refresh this. We get user, and also change null to also change it from null to empty brackets. So we are here, we are empty text, we have user null, user info 0, and this here we have like this. We come here, the login page. Let's copy and login with our famous Freddy Saturn. Let's log in with the paths 1, 2, 3, 4 until 8. We click login, it's loading, and as you can see, this is also something that I did, but I'm going to explain after, before what happened. So now we are login. So we trigger the sequence of dispatch and actions. So first, with our first dispatch login, we got the user, the access token, and after we make some resets to reset the states into false, and after we called the get user info. So when it was pending, when it got fulfilled, we update that information, user info, triggering the dispatch that we had. So as you can see now, in our state, we have in user info, we have first name, last name, ID. So we are able to retrieve and put that information in our global state. So with this, the dashboard was really easy. You can, to get any information in your state, you just have to use the use selector. So there was only last thing that I did. It was, for example, if you come here, the dashboard says welcome. What I did, I got that property, first name, in our user info. So our user info is above. You come here, first name, and as you can see, you can check the welcome thread. So let's do again, login. We use Freddy Saturn. We log in, and we are now, and it's going to navigate to the dashboard, and it's going to say hello and your first name. So yes, I think that video is important. So because the authentication was the hardest one, but after you know how to use Redux, you can access and manage the things that you want to retrieve from the backend, and you can actually create different states. Here I put the user info in the authentication. But for example, here in the feature, you have like authentication, but you can also have profile, or for example, I'm probably going to use the journal bullet for the development of my application, but you can use a lot of features. And now that you have the authorization, that you know how to retrieve with the service API the data from there, like we did here, yes, now the possibilities for our projects are unlimited. Okay, so now we definitely conclude our authentication tutorial series. I hope to like, and if you like the video, hit a like, share, and subscribe, and see you to the next time.